What's up, everybody? What's going on? Sorry it's a late live stream. I'm gonna be on for a while. I'll be live streaming for a while, guys. For a while. Don't know how long, for a while. Guys, I'm for a week now. Here, anyways. So I'll be streaming for a while. I'm gonna be on for a while. So anyway, here, guys, I'll be right back here in a minute. Don't know how long for a while. Cause I'm for a week now. Anyways, so I'll be streaming on for a while. Cause I'm for a week now. Anyways. So I'm just to get a drink. The mug tummy is empty and maybe with a snack or something. And then we'll be doing pop tests again. And then after that, hopefully do Roblox with Boeing. Boeing robots, cabin crews, famous, so I do know what else I'm planning on wanting to do on the stream tonight. But just on your late fine morning. So I will be back here in a minute. So yeah, if someone pop on the chat, I will make sure to read it when I come back. Be sure to subscribe, help my channel a lot, and hit that bell so the notification and like the stream. Make sure you share your friends so they can see the stream. Anyways, I will be back in a minute. we go. I'm back. Let me. Here we go. If you guys can hear me, that'd be excellent. I mean, just give me thumbs up in the chat or something. And all that. So let me share my screen. Oh, sorry, bitch. Here we go. Sorry. Here we are. If you guys see my stream here, that's be perfect. Let me know in the chat to give me a thumbs up. I'm gonna do the Flat Taco 24 podcast again, like I did yesterday live stream. So make sure you have your sound on, your phone up. This is our it's currently 1 hour for this podcast. So yeah, so let's do it.
Hello and welcome to episode 351 of AvTalk, our retrospective episode as we get ready to come back fresh next week. We begin 2026 by looking back at some of our favorite conversations from 2025. In 2025, we focused a lot on the news and what it meant for the aviation industry. But we also had a chance to speak with some very interesting people. We first revisit our conversation with Alishka Hill, Senior Vice President for Cargo at AirPartner. We chatted about her career path, how the cargo market has evolved post-COVID, and some of the more interesting shipments she's had to deal with. Welcome back. We, as promised, are here with Alishka Hill, who is the Senior Vice President of Cargo for UK and the rest of the world. I love that title. At AirPartner, which is a wheels-up company, here to talk all things air cargo that we might not have covered before. So, Alishka, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you very much, Ian, for having me here. It's a great pleasure.
So tell us about your role specifically in the industry, because you are not a giant aircraft with a logo splashed on the side, but you're moving things around the UK and the rest of the world quite handedly. So tell me about how you guys operate.
Well, certainly. The reason of the title is simply I look after every region apart from the United States. So I have a counterpart based in the US. So that explains why the title states that, not just that it's the UK is the centre of the world, which I get reminded that we're not, certainly not anymore. But yes, AirPartner obviously is a well-established for over 60 years as an air charter broker and quite a well-known name in the industry, but covering everything from private jet charters to group passenger charters, a lot of operational management, leasing, aircraft leasing, and cargo. And cargo's been an important part of the business for well over 30 years now. but always operating in across all the different verticals that we look at, mainly focused on the charter world and growing with locations across the globe. So it's been a standard charter business for many, many years. And what we've seen, I joined the company almost a year ago, back in October, and quickly identified that there was some huge opportunities for us here. And what had happened as the pandemic was slowing down, we were coming out, and obviously Airpartner was significantly involved during the pandemic with a number of cargo charters. But however, as the business has changed and evolved throughout that time, they identified that this is the team in the UK predominantly here has been driving this change of direction. Identified as the aircraft, the passenger flights were coming back on board, and a lot of carriers were looking to keep aircraft running. They didn't have new orders, but they needed to grow and fulfill and expand their routings to get the passenger numbers back up. They were utilizing older aircraft that had been bought out of retirement. So finding some struggles with the supply chains, getting back to perhaps previous levels before the pandemic, and became an opportunity here where there's some of their partners, which have generally been the freight forwarders, the large freight forwarders that will have an aerospace team to support them, whether it's any parts moving around, which could be for maintenance or any urgent requirements, were perhaps diverted away or not focused or struggling to offer them some of the services that they needed. And I think it was an opportunity here to step in and perhaps capture some of this market and head in a new direction. So pivoting away a little bit on the reliance on charter broking across all the different verticals, as I mentioned, and move into something that's a little bit more niche, a little bit more focused, and that's really critical service solutions, and moving into the freight forwarding arena, but bringing that charter broking mindset with it. So that's really thinking about the solution that could be right for the customer, understanding the business, their requirements, what really are their needs, what's the time frame the piece is needed in. Is it for regular maintenance? Is it returning or moving a borrowed piece that's needed? And really creating a bespoke solution for that customer and making it really a partnership. And that's one of the things that's become really important, and certainly has been for me in the business, is that working as a partner with our customers rather than with just a service provider. So really has been creating this portfolio of time-critical solutions, covering everything from an onboard courier solution, a next flight out, NFO, moving it on scheduled services, a direct drive, moving it by road, not necessarily by air, up to a part or a full charter. And of course, it's not just one of these modes. It could be a combination of 2 or even 3 different types of modes. And this business has just grown significantly, certainly in the last couple of years. And I've watched and I see there's a huge opportunity to take it further.
Why do you think it's grown so much in the past few years? I mean, all of these different pieces aren't necessarily new, but is it you're putting them all together that is drawing in demand, or is there something else driving this?
It's about the level of service that's given. And again, we're working in a very niche area. We're working mainly with global international passenger carriers that have large fleets operating wide networks and have to be operating on tight schedules, turnarounds, etc., and maintenance times. And as I said before, a lot of the customers that we're dealing with, they're unhappy with their current solutions and current services. They feel as if they're just another number. There's no priority. They don't feel anybody understands what exactly is the need. And also somebody is just simply booking it on another flight. As a freight forwarder, they'll just book it next flight out without understanding that it may not need NFO. It could move with an onboard courier and save a lot of money. Or they'll have to go to their charter desk and get a charter option, which could take time and obviously cost a lot of money and may not, again, not be needed. So they're not really getting that, and I'm talking about bringing that charter broker mindset where we find solutions. It's that having that solution-based mindset overall, which has always been a critical part of the charter broker, of finding the fastest, the most cost-effective way to move something. Bringing that mindset into play here, where perhaps somebody's working as part of a freight forwarding team that's just booking boxes and boxes on a day-to-day basis and doesn't treat this perhaps as a really important shipment or really understand about the piece they're moving or what the customer's needs actually are. So it's becoming that bespoke partner really in the relationship, and really we like to call it providing a white glove service to our customers, which is something that's, when you're talking about engine parts and oil and landing gear, is not really what you would think about, but it's possible and it can be done. And with what the UK team has done, they've been incredibly successful at this.
So you've mentioned aerospace components a few times. Is that your main customer base? Are you really just making sure that the aerospace industry can continue to function?
I think it's been the area that's grown the most, and that's particularly in the UK because of building that relationship with the carriers. And then they're moving every single day. They've always got aircraft in maintenance. So I'm talking about the larger carriers here. And a lot of it is general maintenance. And they could have borrowed a part for somebody, or they need a part moving to somebody else. Or it could be an aircraft is having some technical issues en route. So the aerospace has become the primary, and I think that's more for the UK because that's where the greatest opportunity is. I think, again, going back to what I was saying, post the pandemic, so many carriers were scrambling to get the passenger aircraft back in the air. And as I understand now, that belly hold capacity is actually now back to where we were pre-pandemic, which is pretty amazing achievement in the last couple of years, bearing in mind what the airlines have had to deal with. So we can understand then the pressure is on to capture the customer market. People are traveling again, not necessarily just for business, although we can see that now, certainly with the number of cargo conferences that we have that are coming up this year. People are traveling again and people want to visit family, so the demand is there. So aerospace has been the predominant area that we've grown in. We've also done a little bit of work in the maritime industry, but that probably need, again, a little more of a dedicated team because it's really about going into more detail about the actual parts. We're not just talking engines here. We're talking an inlet cowl. We're talking landing gear. It could be quite different pieces of equipment, key equipment that we're having to move, and having an understanding of how that's got to be handled and what aircraft can we utilize that to move it. So it's been the most. There's a little bit of automotive. Our team in Germany, obviously traditionally always been very strong in the automotive world, and they continue to focus on that arena. Obviously that's struggling at the moment, but the aerospace side of it is just growing. It really is. And the events that the team have been to is just phenomenal. The opportunity is huge.
So say I'm an airline and I've had a 777 go tech and I need a new engine so I can get that airplane back in the air. Do I just pick up the phone and say, hi, my plane's broken. Can you bring me my new engine? How does that process work?
Yeah, so this will be handled by the technical department. So if there's a problem with an aircraft and it's en route, not on any home base where they may have a maintenance section, but their technical team, and every airline has an AOG desk. So this will probably be managed by them, which is 24/7. They will come directly through to our 24/7 desk, where we run multiple shifts, and make contact with the team member there. They'll need to specify, obviously, the details, the dimensions, the type of engine, how it's being moved, and what the requirements are. What's the time frame? The most important thing, if it is AOG, it needs to move as soon as possible. Do we have, does it need a charter? Whereabouts, obviously, it needs to be moved to, and how's it going to get there? Because obviously, if you're moving it by road at any point to an airport, you need an air ride suspension vehicle that can carry the engine without damaging this. These are obviously worth millions of dollars. So it's finding the right solution, but getting as much information as possible. And then, of course, if you're bringing an engine down, you're more likely going to have to take an engine back, which is not going to be so urgently need to be moved. So that can probably be moved on a scheduled service, taking a few more days to come back. And then it's, again, covering all the documentation, the customs paperwork, making sure somebody's there with the correct vehicle to carry that engine out to the aircraft where it may be located. So it's a number of different factors involved, but it really is that simple. But it's the technical people talking to our teams who are used to handling this equipment. and understanding some of the challenges.
It sounds like your business and the aviation industry in general, because we've talked about AOG aircraft, and you mentioned borrowing parts, because we see all the time, that engine cowling, that doesn't match. That's clearly from another airline that you borrowed because you needed it. And it sounds like in your business, relationships are extremely important. I mean, because knowing who to contact in certain locations for an air ride suspension vehicle, or, somebody who has the right crane to lift something. How does that all come about? I mean, is that just over years and years and years, or is that something where you're relying on other companies as well to build that network?
Exactly. Relationship is critical, and all the different vendors that we use are a really important part of our business. They are the core. And obviously a lot of those relationships have been built up through many, many years because as charter brokers, a lot of these are people, trucking companies, handling agents. These are people customs agents that the team have used for many, many years. So there are very strong relationships, and they've also been vetted. And that's something that's really important to us, is the level of service that we provide. That's clearly reflective of all of our vendors to our customers, are reflective of our level of service. So it's important that the vendors we use are trustworthy, are known, are experienced, and are vetted clearly. And if there are any issues, then they are dealt with very, very quickly. We've had it before where I think we had a new customer come on board. There were going to be somewhere like 8 different vendors used on the processes that they require just for general maintenance movements. So a visit will be made to each of those 8 vendors to ensure that they have all the procedures correctly and they're following all of those procedures. And if anything happens or anything goes wrong, then immediately somebody will be there to make sure this can be rectified, because this is really, really important to us. And all of those vendors, as I say again, are critical to us to keep up those service levels to our customers.
So we've talked about aircraft on the ground, we've talked about parts and things like that. Now I'm curious about some of the more interesting or unusual things that you've been involved in, getting things from A to B to maybe C.
Unusual things? Well, we had one that came in, and it's not just aerospace. And this is where it's really interesting to talk about how we're developing outside of that. There was a recent example a few months ago. A Formula One race car was at a very important race in Europe. And on the practice sessions, unfortunately, had a small little accident and ripped off the rear paneling at the bottom of the car. Obviously quite vital, bear in mind the race is the next day.
Right.
So an urgent call went out to our UK team to move this. And while some people would say, fine, it's Europe, let's just throw a charter at it and, they can afford to pay. That's not how we would think. It's really about how can we get that part to the customer as quickly as possible, in sometimes almost quicker. If you're having to wait for a charter to get an aircraft operator to get permits, to get availability, etc., that can take time. So we may arrange the direct drive. So a truck picked up the part from their home base in the UK and drove it over to Belgium. And then we put it on a charter flight straight down to the nearest airport, and then it was delivered to the racetrack. And that was so fast, so quick. They literally had it there within a few hours, and the customer was incredibly happy. And obviously the panel was installed and the car went on. I can't say if they won or not, but they were very, very happy.
But they were able to race.
They were able to race, and you can imagine if a Formula One car can't race, that's a huge issue and can cost that team a fortune. But we've moved and outside of other areas, outside of the aircraft parts, the onboard courier side, and this is where we're looking to really expand and develop, particularly in the US with our partner Wheels Up, is how can we connect in with some of the Wheels Up customers and work more closely together with some of their needs and requirements they may have. You've often got cases where people have left baggage behind, they've left a passport behind, urgent medication that needs to be picked up and taken to somebody. And we've had a case where somebody had a handmade suit that was being made by a tailor's in New York, had to be sent to Switzerland for an urgent requirement. It was actually for a funeral of somebody quite significant. And again, an onboard courier was able to deliver that very, very quickly and efficiently directly to that customer. And they know that the item will be in someone's care all the way through. So it's about finding that best solution, and that's often going to be the quickest, but also not just going for the most expensive option. It really is, because again, it's a longer term view. We want to work with our customers for long term, and they've got to trust us. If we're moving $1 million engines around, they need to know that they trust the people that are managing these operations to do this properly.
Looking to the future a bit, as far as you want to look, how do you see the industry evolving, or at least your particular bit of the industry? What's on the near horizon, and what's out a little bit more long term?
Well, that's where it's really exciting, actually. And that's where, as I said, I've only talked a lot about the UK today, but the idea for me and the strategy that I'm working on is the opportunity here is huge. And we're already now expanding and recruiting to have an office. Airpartner has a presence in the Middle East, based in Dubai. I myself was based out in Dubai for 18 years, so I know the region, the area very well. And it's a critical nerve center covering the Middle East, covering Africa. And so what we're setting up now is what we're looking to do is we have a control tower, we call it control tower in the UK, which runs 24/7 with a team there with a huge support. We'll look to build that similar model in Dubai, in the Middle East, to cover the regional aspect. Again, we already have a team that we're building in the US, which is based down in the Wheels Up MOC in Atlanta. And we're going to build up that team further as well to cover the Americas. And then, of course, we're looking into the Far East to have a control tower based here. So effectively, you'll have 4 control towers, all 24/7. And as we call the concept, we follow the sun. So customers will know they'll have that support, whatever's happening any time of day, and in a location close to them, either where they're based or where the incident or issue has occurred. So they'll have that global support. And through those 4 control towers, you'll be able to effectively connect with the world and connect the world together.
We've been speaking with Alishka Hill, who's the Senior Vice President of Cargo for the UK and the rest of the world, which means just not the US, at Airpartner. It has been wonderful to talk to you and get some insight into how things are moving around the world a bit unseen. So thank you so much for taking the time.
No, thank you very much for having me. It was fantastic.
Next, we're looking back on our interview with Catherine Maloney, pilot and founder of Elevate Her Aviation, an organization dedicated to raising the percentage of women in aviation careers around the world. Elevate Her's research has led to some obvious immediate changes that would be beneficial to the industry overall, and others that offer a more sustainable path to growing the number of women joining and staying in aviation. Welcome back. We are now joined by Catherine Maloney, who is the founder of Elevate Her Aviation. She is also a private pilot of both helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, so all around. Catherine, welcome so much to AvTalk. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
So you, as I like to call them, you fly the devil's bird as well as fixed-wing. Which one did you get started on, and how did you become interested in aviation and then become a pilot?
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually did it probably, as most people think, the wrong way around. So I actually started with helicopters and then went to fixed wing a little bit later on. But I actually had no intention of being in aviation, and certainly being a pilot was not on my radar until I was about 18. So when I was at school, I probably would have been voted least likely to be a pilot, I think, out of everyone. Certainly I hadn't thought of aviation really as a career path for me, which actually is quite funny now looking back, because when I was at school we actually did quite extensive aptitude testing, and my aptitude test actually came back and suggested I should apply to the RAF as a pilot. And I took that piece of paper and I literally threw it in the bin. I just thought, that's not me. I could never be that person, I could never do that, so it was quite an interesting kind of reflection for me looking back now to see that maybe I did have the aptitude from the start, but just didn't think it could be for me. So anyway, I left school, I went straight to work. I always wanted to go straight to work. I didn't go to uni, and I started working in the warehouse of a flight equipment company, picking and packing parcels, just as a bit of Christmas cover, to be honest. And this is really where my interest in aviation was completely peaked, because I was handling all of these different items every day, learning about aviation, learning about the industry, and I became really curious about flying. I was working on the airport, Shoreham Airport in the UK, and I went to my dad and I said, I'm kind of curious about this. I would like to give it a go. And he said, well, just get a trial lesson. See if you like it. There's no pressure, just give it a try. So that's exactly what I did. When the flight school was next door, was a helicopter flight school, I literally walked next door and said, hey, can I have a trial lesson? And they took me up. And from that first moment that I touched the controls, I was absolutely hooked. I loved it. I thought, why have I never thought about this before? It just was so exciting. It felt like freedom. It felt like everything I kind of missed, to be honest. So yeah, that's really where I got the bug, let's say. So I was 18 then, immediately signed up to do my PPL, my private pilot's license, and got that at 19. And I can continue to work at the same company in lots of different roles, from shows, marketing, sales, trade sales, and ended up being the marketing director there as well, and learned so much about the industry during that time, and also became a Department for Transport Aviation ambassador as well during that time. And yeah, then I lastly went on to do fixed wing, and my thinking behind this was really, I love the industry. General aviation is my absolute passion, and I really wanted to explore as much as I possibly could, and I could see all of the amazing things you can do with fixed wing aircraft, from gliding to microlights to tail draggers to aerobatics, and I really wanted to give it a go. So I did the same thing, walked to a flight school, got a trial lesson, and yeah, was absolutely hooked again.
And you've been flying for a few years, and then you say to yourself, I want other people to experience this, and especially young women to get involved in aviation. So you founded Elevate Her Aviation. And so tell me about the process of getting that started. Where did the idea for that come from?
Yeah, absolutely. And during the whole time of my flight training, so during both licenses, I never met any other women in aviation. And this is not to detract from the incredible male instructors and mentors that I've had throughout my whole career, because they've been absolutely phenomenal. And my dad's probably my biggest mentor and has been my biggest support, throughout my whole career. But I did want to connect with other like-minded women, and I did feel like I was maybe missing out on that. So after I got my fixed wing PPL, it literally was like 2 months after, I decided to host an event. So what I did was hired out a room at Shoreham Airport, or Brighton City Airport as it's now known, got a plate of sandwiches and put out an open invitation to as many women in the industry as I could find in all different careers, and said, look, just come, have a laugh, have some fun, and we can all talk. So I was very nervous, to be honest with you. I didn't know who would turn up or if anyone would, but I was absolutely delighted that day when we had 40 women attend. And the event was just wonderful. The atmosphere was electric. All of us were sharing, talking about different parts of the industry, sharing our stories. And I really came away from that event feeling so inspired by the women that I'd met, and thought, hey, this could be a real thing here. Another thing that I'd noticed in the industry was that it's very hard to find good information. There's a lot of great information out there. There's a lot of amazing cadet schemes. There's a lot of amazing scholarships, but that you really do have to dig through the internet to find them a lot of the time. So I also thought it'd be great to have a bit of a one-stop shop for lots of aviation knowledge, and just, where to find things, basically. So I went away, it took 6 months, and built the Elevate Her platform, which I then launched on my Instagram. And yeah, that's really how the journey began, to be honest. And it really started as a way of connecting people, and, just really providing some support and some, useful links and things like that. But it's grown to so much more now, I'm really proud to say.
How has the organization evolved since the beginning and getting the platform launched?
Oh my goodness, it's evolved massively, to be honest. If you told me when I launched it, this is what would happen, I wouldn't have believed you. So I launched it on my Instagram, obviously just me, and now I work with 25 women, and mostly volunteers, or majority volunteers. And we're now a global organisation. We have thousands of members in over 64 countries worldwide. We've hosted 37 events this year already, and 5 different countries. We work with incredible partners like British Airways, Virgin Atlantic, NAT, Cirrus, Tecnam, and that's been an incredibly exciting journey. We do a huge amount of educational outreach now and lots of research. I think the research has been the most interesting aspect for me, probably, across the board, to be honest. Where we're going with our research and how it's directing Elevate Her as a platform is incredibly exciting. So yeah, I mean, honestly, it's unrecognizable from what it launched as, and it's all due to what an amazing team we have, but also to the women who are our members. The success of Elevate Her is purely a reflection of how many women and girls want to be in this industry and want to stay in this industry as well.
Do you hear similar things from people that are approaching the organization that you were kind of thinking when you were looking for ways to get into aviation?
Yes, we do. There's certainly a few common themes. Again, I am kind of generalizing a little bit here, but particularly we find that with young women, confidence is one of the things that's brought up to us a lot. And I think that's why having a community and a support system is so incredibly important, because you need that group of people around you who's going to lift you up and be there for you when you do have hard days. And aviation is the most incredible industry to be involved in, but it can be really challenging. No matter what career path you go for, whether it's flying, whether it's engineering or ATC, it can be really hard. So we're all about building those communities all over the world and ensuring people have that support system ready for them.
What advice do you have for people, anybody but young women in particular, looking to get into aviation? I have an interest, maybe they've taken an aptitude test that says you would be a good pilot or something like that, and they don't really know where to start.
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. And to be honest, I actually have maybe 2 bits of advice. So my first bit of advice would be just give it a go, just try it, because there's nothing to be lost from trying something. If you try it and love it like I did, then fantastic. If you try it and you think, hey, maybe that's not for me, or maybe it informs your decision about maybe going down a different path in aviation, I think we always say about our research, all data is good data. So go out there, try it, and have fun with it as well. I think it's really important to have fun with your aviation journey. And the second piece of advice is one that I think about quite a lot, and some people may think it's a little bit funny to say, and I do mean it in the most positive way possible, but no one cares. No one cares apart from you. So you may as well go out there and try the things that you want to try and do the things that you want to do, because ultimately you're the only one it really matters to. So you should go out there and have fun with it, enjoy it, and just put yourself out there to try new things.
Elevate Her's been intimately involved with getting young women into aviation, but what about other organizations? What about airlines or flight schools or other aviation companies? Do you see them also being part of that outreach? You mentioned you have some airline partners, but generally speaking, is there more that can be done that you're not seeing, or is there a model to follow that you are seeing?
Yeah, again, a really good question. So I think the conversation now is certainly changing around women in aviation and, the need for diversity in the industry as a whole. So I think now is, the best it's ever been, to be honest. But let's look at the statistics. Globally, only 6% of pilots are women. This is still incredibly low. So yes, of course, there's more things we could be doing. And through our research at Elevate Her, we've really separated this into 2 separate issues. So one is getting girls into aviation, and that comes down to the outreach, the changing of perceptions, which social media, love or hate social media, but it's very useful for that, and those kind of aspects. And then secondly, and actually probably the biggest one, which I would say the industry as a whole really needs to work on, is the retention. So we've noticed that there is a bit of a leaky pipe in the industry. So even though now we have more girls getting into aviation than we ever have done historically, the number's not increasing, the percentage is not increasing. And I truly believe that this is through retention. So when we talk about retention, we talk about things like a really good maternity leave policy. We talk about having uniform that's specifically for women and fits correctly, and facilities that are for women. So even in the UK, we found through some of our research that out of a lot of aviation organisations in the UK, around 16% still don't have women's toilets. So for instance, I know it sounds like a bit of a small thing, but that obviously is a huge barrier to women staying in the industry. And we found similar statistics with uniforms. So over half of flight schools we found don't supply a women's uniform. And the same with PPE, life jackets, helmets, gloves. Very rarely we find ones that are specifically made for, the kind of female physique and that actually fit properly. And all of this contributes to the message of you don't belong here, which is the message we want to change. And secondly, it stops women staying in the industry. So this is really what we're trying to get down to, because aviation as an industry does not compromise on safety at all. It's one of the things that we pride ourselves on in an industry. So we need to stop compromising when it comes to women and women's safety coming into the industry too.
Do you see that beginning to change at all, or is it still something that awareness is key here?
I think awareness is still key here. I think we're at the beginning of this journey. I mean, certainly we're doing a lot of research, particularly into the equipment and facilities, and we've not seen any other kind of data surrounding this yet. So I do think we're at the beginning of the journey. But I do think the reception has been brilliant, certainly from all the organisations and, other kind of key stakeholders in the industry. Everyone is now very, very up for seeing the change and seeing where we can make a difference, because I do believe that there's small changes really that could make a huge difference to the whole industry.
That's fascinating to see that it seems like some low-hanging fruit here that would make a big impact.
Yes, yeah, I totally agree with that, yeah.
This has been a fascinating conversation. I want to thank you so much for building this platform, which we'll have a link in the show notes to Elevate Her Aviation so that you can take a look and get involved. If you run an aviation organization and you're thinking, oh, that would be good to have, maybe we can install a women's toilet, and that would be good to have. I'm a little bit flabbergasted by that percentage that yes. Just doesn't exist.
No, I am using that one as a bit of a showstopper of a statistic. But yes, no, there's plenty more, and you're so right. It's low-hanging fruit, and if there are any other organisations out there that would like to see our research is available on our website as well, and we're always more than happy to have the discussion and see where we can work together.
Catherine Maloney, thank you so much for joining us. Catherine is the founder of Elevate Her Aviation and a private pilot of both helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft. Catherine, absolute pleasure to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely.
That's all for us on this episode. We'll be back next week with episode 352 of AvTalk, our first episode of the new year. Happy New Year and happy tracking.
Here we have it. If you enjoyed that one, make sure to thumbs up. to put another one on here. Hold on. We're all gonna do one more here, and then we're gonna do Roblox games. So give me a minute. Here. This is here we go.
Hello and welcome to episode 348 of AvTalk. I am Ian Pechnick, joined for the first time ever by
Daniel Gustafsson.
Daniel, welcome to not only AvTalk, welcome to Flight Radar 24. We are in the Stockholm office this week. Jason is currently traversing Japan. Last we checked in with him, he was riding a lot of trains and at a cat cafe. So not conducive to recording a podcast this week. So Daniel, who has recently joined Flight Radar 24 on the content and communications team with me, is filling in for this episode. So Daniel, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's an honor. I feel like a lightweight Jason somehow. Also, I want to add that it sounds terrible to be in Japan. I'd much rather be here.
Yeah, of course, in the beautiful Stockholm
Yes, who needs
weather.
good food and cat cafes and bullet trains?
Nobody.
That's right.
Daniel, tell us a little bit about your background, where you are coming from and how you made your way to Flight Radar 24.
Right. So to make a really complicated, long story very short or reasonably short, I started out as a journalist and then I ventured into PR. I became essentially a PR monkey. And then I had a midlife crisis and I decided to be a pilot. So I became a pilot. And I worked as an airline pilot for a couple of years. And since the pandemic, which affected me along with a lot of other folks, of course, I've been basically switching back and forth between aviation and marketing. So that's basically it.
And now you can do both.
Now I can do both.
Well, welcome. We've got a good show today. Lots to get through. Some things that we haven't been able to get to over the past few weeks because we've been busy for various reasons. So we're going to get through some of the not necessarily new, but some ongoing news. And then we'll get to some new stuff as well. So we're going to dive in with the situation in Venezuela first. A few weeks ago, the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration issued a security notice that said operators should avoid Venezuelan airspace. This is not hugely affecting U.S. traffic necessarily, because most U.S. operators were already avoiding Venezuelan airspace. There were a few cargo carriers that passed through Venezuelan airspace, but not a huge amount of traffic. And also, prior to this, U.S. airlines couldn't fly to or from Venezuela anyway since 2019. So this is not necessarily directly impacting U.S. airlines, but the military buildup in the region has affected the other airlines that are operating to Venezuela. And so that led to both Portugal and Spain issuing NOTAMs, and then recently on the 1st of December, re-upping those NOTAMs for an extended period of time. So Portugal's has been extended through the 10th of December, and Spain is all the way through the end of the month. And Spain recommends that their operators not fly through or to Venezuela, quote, due to the potential risk to civil aviation from increased military activity, anti-aircraft weapons capable at all altitudes. And this is the important part here, lack of coordination between the parties to the conflict. The U.S. NOTAM lists potential risks because of military activity, military drills, and GPS jamming. But I think Spain hits the nail on the head here, where they say between parties to the conflict, or lack of coordination between the parties to the conflict.
Yeah, they're basically the adults in the room.
Yeah.
That's my takeaway here.
Exactly. And so the other day, or over the weekend, President Trump posted on social media that Venezuelan airspace should be considered closed. That's not how it works. And also, no one really listened as far as outside of European carriers. No one really listened to that, but because of the lack of coordination between the parties to the conflict. Most flights that are operating to or from Venezuela in the region have continued to operate. And Colombia's Civil Aviation Authority has actually gone out of its way to say, it's fine. We're still going. Here's some photos from a bunch of different aircraft showing us flying over Venezuela. So I thought that was a very interesting tact to take to demonstrate the safety. That's not to say that this won't escalate and Venezuelan airspace could be closed. But at the moment, flights are just traversing around Venezuela. That's been the major impact. So flights that were flying from countries west of Venezuela to countries east of Venezuela, still in South America, they have now gone out of their way, basically adding 600 miles to their flights. So another situation where we have a conflict zone rerouting flights. It's an ongoing situation that will continue to follow, but at the moment, it seems that no news is good news.
Right. It's good news for jet fuel providers, basically.
Sure. Yeah. Jet fuel providers and aircraft dispatchers who really like to find alternate routes. Let's move on to a story that was published in Flying Magazine this week that I found very interesting, bringing new light to the behind-the-scenes conflict between the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board and India's Air Accident Investigation Branch. This stems from the investigation into Air India Flight 171 that crashed shortly after takeoff. The Wall Street Journal first reported this late last week, that the NTSB and Indian investigators disagreed on where to examine the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder after they were recovered. Apparently, the Indian investigators wanted to examine those in a lab in northern India in the town of Korwa. The NTSB wanted the black boxes to be taken to either New Delhi or flown all the way to the NTSB lab in Washington, D.C. They were reluctant to send their personnel to the region and went so far as NTSB Chair Jennifer Hamidi blocked NTSB investigators in Delhi using U.S. State Department employees, telling them, do not go to Korwa. So she issued an ultimatum that said, we're done with this investigation. We're pulling out. We're not going to be part of the investigation unless you choose New Delhi or fly the boxes to Washington so that we can use our lab.
Yeah.
They ended up choosing New Delhi. The interesting thing here is that there was some concern about the 787. Was this issue related specifically to the aircraft? Because if it is, you're going to end up with a fleet-wide problem, like we'll talk about it with the Airbus A320 family in just a moment. So the standoff here about how they were sharing information and when they would produce the flight recorder readout to be able to make a determination is a safety recommendation necessary to all operators of the 787. So I thought that was a very interesting detail to see in a bit of the behind the scenes of the investigation. I mean, at the moment, what we know now is what the preliminary report says, and that's not much. The preliminary report says that the fuel control switches on the 787 were moved from run to cutoff. There's a bit of dialogue that got posted in the preliminary report, but there are gaping holes and a lot of unanswered questions. Yeah. So knowing what we know now from this back and forth between the NTSB and the Indian AAIB, it doesn't provide me with a lot of confidence that we're going to understand what actually caused this crash.
No, not really. It's a strange case. This whole thing is just, I don't know. Is it a clash of cultures, this whole thing, that the US and the Indian investigators don't get along that well? Or is it a matter of national pride? Or
I think there might be some national pride at stake here, but I also think it is a sense of who is to, not that accident investigations are designed to apportion blame, because they're specifically designed not to do that.
Exactly.
But I think that any cause that leads to blame for something, I think that there is concern there. Whereas the NTSB is saying, look, we don't care what's going on. We want to know whether or not something happened that could affect the thousands of other planes that are still flying.
Which makes sense.
So I think this is one where we'll eventually get a final report, and unfortunately, I think it'll be lacking in certain areas, if the preliminary report is to be any guide. Let's switch to Airbus, because over the past week or so, operators of Airbus A320 family aircraft have been scrambling to downgrade software or replace hardware in the elevator aileron computers on those aircraft. More than 6,000 possible aircraft were affected. And this came out of a message from Airbus to all operators that had a specific piece of hardware operating a specific version of the software. Because of a JetBlue incident that occurred at the end of October, where the aircraft experienced an uncommanded descent. That was traced back to the ELAC computer, which was corrupted by intense radiation. It was found that a particular version of the software didn't have the necessary checks to make sure that the computer wasn't corrupted there. So the solution was relatively simple, just roll back the software. So thankfully, based on the initial information compared to what we know now, the effects were much, much less than were initially, because, I mean, when you think about how many Airbus A320 family aircraft are
A few.
in the air.
A few.
Yeah, exactly. 6,000 possible affected aircraft. I mean, we track at any given moment, we're tracking, 34 to 3,500, sometimes upward of 4,000 A320 family aircraft at the same time. So that's a lot of planes. I actually flew on an A320neo on Sunday, and SAS had in the app this big red banner, which I thought was an interesting choice, saying that everything was okay.
Right.
They later updated it to a blue banner, which
good.
I thought
Good.
was a much better choice for that. But it was interesting to see how different airlines handled that. A lot of airlines were able to downgrade, basically, their affected aircraft relatively quickly. Unfortunately, it seems that the precipitating event on JetBlue is the airline that took the longest to update everything. And of course, this happened over the extremely busy Thanksgiving weekend, where record numbers of travelers were flying in the US. And so it was just not a great week for JetBlue.
Bad timing overall.
Yeah, really bad timing. But things seem better now, and I assume that with this downgrade, Airbus will then come out with another software update so that they can address those issues with the computer. So we'll keep an eye on this, and we can post the emergency airworthiness directive that came out from EASA, and then the subsequent directive from the FAA as well in the show notes, just so you can, if you really want to read about the ELAC, you can do that. Let's look at another incident that we received a preliminary report on yesterday. This was a Ryanair 737-8-200 MAX, so the special high-density version of the MAX that Ryanair flies. This was a preliminary report from Spanish investigators about an incident that happened in Malaga, where Ryanair flight 8506 was experiencing foul weather on approach to Malaga. They began a go-around, and then as part of the go-around, apparently descended to just about 1,000 feet and experienced a ground proximity warning and were able to pull up. They also experienced an overspeed event going over 300 knots on the indicated airspeed. So not a good situation. But Dan, you were, as kind of putting on your pilot hat for a moment, you were telling me kind of the experience here that you might have gone into this.
Right. So a bunch of things came to mind. One thing that came to mind is that going from 1,000 feet roughly to 2,000 feet, so basically climbing 1,000 feet, it may sound like a lot, but you don't really have that much time. And also, if you perform a go-around, you get a certain level of oomph from those engines when you press the toga button. So basically what I'm trying to say is that this happens really fast. And there's like a startle effect to it to a certain extent as well. So although I have no idea, and I don't think it's my place to say what happened in there, I have a theory what happened, basically. So they go around, they get up to 2,000 feet really fast. And 2,000 feet, it's a pretty low altitude for a go-around, typically, at least in Europe. They get there. They're also supposed to...
You're saying the target altitude was 2,000?
Yes, it's 2,000. And so 1,000 feet happens really fast. they're also supposed to turn on the go around. So I think they kind of get startled by that, and they commence to turn to the left. When doing this, a bit startled, push the yoke forward, and they start to dive. The thing that doesn't make sense to me is that the dive is a pretty sharp dive. It's like 3,000 to 4,000 feet.
Yeah,
a minute,
exactly.
which is, it's not like a subtle dive. You can feel that.
Yeah.
So they dive for about 1,000 feet and then pull up, bleed off the airspeed, and then they basically get vectors and land successfully. But it sure raises quite a few questions what happened there.
Yeah, and we received the preliminary report from Spanish investigators in 2 weeks. I mean, which is, half the time it usually takes. Granted, not a ton of information there, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not the weather played a role here. We know that the weather played a role in the go-around, in why a go-around happened, but not necessarily if weather was a factor in the dive back towards the water. But thankfully, they were able to go around, stabilize the aircraft, and come back and land.
Yeah.
Similarly, we have Air Arabia that took off from Catania on a maintenance positioning flight and came within 41 feet of the sea not long after takeoff. It's not great.
It's not great. Yeah. 1,000 feet above the sea is better than 41 feet, for sure.
They also experienced a ground proximity warning system. Investigators are focusing on the lack or possible lack of takeoff performance calculations inputted into the aircraft's computer.
Yeah. And for me as a Boeing pilot, what strikes me here as very strange is that I have this mythical view of the Airbus as being an aircraft that is virtually impossible it will always save the day somehow. So it's weird to me that you can not program it correctly, or even in fact, just not input data into it. And it will still allow you to take off using that non-existent data. That is, to me, that is a bit strange.
Yeah. So it's interesting here with the report notes that a lot of the safety functions and features that would normally prevent certain things from happening were not engaged because of the lack of data. So the speed reference system, which would maintain the speed through the pitch control in the initial climb, would normally have been engaged, but they didn't enter any V2 reference speed.
Right.
So the aircraft had no idea what it was supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
The report says that in the aircraft's configuration, the way the aircraft was configured, takeoff rotation would have been at 131 knots and V2 climb speed 133 knots. In fact, because they started a flex takeoff and then hit the toga buttons, they reached 144 knots before they rotated, and they lifted off at 157 knots. So no side stick input was applied during the takeoff roll, but the nose gear twice lifted off the runway before the entire aircraft took off. After the aircraft reached 123 feet above the ground, so this is radio altimeter height, the captain began putting nose down pitch inputs.
Yeah.
Very, very strange stuff.
Very odd.
But the climb was stopped at 383 feet, and then a descent began. The autopilot was briefly engaged, but they continued to operate the side stick and change autopilot settings and change thrust settings. Then they started to get all those nasty warnings. Sink rate, pull up from the ground proximity warning system. From there, they were able to climb, they were able to control the aircraft, and they were able to continue the flight. This is not a final report, so it'll be very interesting to see what they conclude. But investigators say they are looking into other things like somatogravic illusion and possible human aircraft interface issues, as well as communication issues between them. So just a very strange set of circumstances, but one that we've seen before.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, perhaps we'll see again. Let's move through kind of some of the more fun things,
Right.
I guess, although a couple of these aren't so fun. But Airbus has said they are coming along with the A350 freighter, which I'm super excited about, mostly just to see that livery painted on an actual aircraft for the first time. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. But Airbus now announcing that they are about to fit the giant cargo door to the fuselage. So the fuselage has been rolled out. It is in Toulouse, but they still have yet to fit the cargo door. So we're going to see that upcoming, and I'm really looking forward to that. We've done some things with that cargo door. When Chris Lomas was at the Paris Air Show last year, he was able to go through the basically A350 cargo loading simulator. So we have an interesting video that we'll link to in the show notes to have a look at that. Some very interesting stuff to see what you can fit in the A350 freighter, including a whole engine. You don't need to take apart the Trent engine to fit it into the A350 freighter. So
that's convenient.
Yeah, exactly. Be interesting to see. Norse couldn't turn a full profit for the year because of softening transatlantic demand. That's according to their latest financial reports. However, they do say that their dual track strategy of flying high density, high profitability tattle routes with leasing all of their other planes to Indigo is starting to bear fruit. I mean, I think this is a really interesting trying to figure out what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, basically learning as you go for Norse, who have, I mean, it's no secret they've been struggling for, is it 4 years they've been flying, I think. It's been a constant struggle. I really, really hope that it works out well. I think there's a market for low-cost long haul, but as we can tell, it's one battle after another.
Yeah, they say that they're getting rid of 7 transatlantic destinations that had, quote, below average pricing. And they're going to keep 7 with the above average pricing. So we'll see how those shake out. And they're also adding capacity on winter routes to Asia, as is nearly every other airline. So that'll be interesting to see how they can compete there. But they seem to be doing quite well. So hopefully between that and they're flying for Indigo, then they'll continue to do well. When they first started flying, we had a good chat with their president about their ideas for moving forward. He's since left the airline, but it seems like they've done well with some of those things that he mentioned, but also, the same challenges as other long-haul, low-cost airlines before them.
Yeah, one may ask themselves if this ACMI thing is their future, period, and not flying under their own brand name for consumers. We'll see.
Does Norse become High Fly?
Exactly, basically. Or an Indigo subsidiary.
Right.
Yeah, we can for sure say that this Indigo deal has saved them for now, for sure.
Speaking of High Fly, we can talk about them real quickly and say that they have been the first airline to operate the A330 to Antarctica. Previously, they had only used the A340 for their flights with White Desert. That was the trip that Gabe did last December. And so we've got a whole bunch of great videos from Antarctica on that. But now they can use the A330. They say that they can use the A330 now because of additional ground handling equipment that is available in Antarctica for the first time. So instead of having to operate the A340 and basically keep one of the engines running while it sits on the ground for a couple hours, they can turn that off and then not have any issues restarting the engines to get back in the air. So it saves fuel, obviously, because you only have 2 engines on the A330, but it also saves fuel on the ground and it is a bit more environmentally friendly. So good for them.
Good for them, and also to return to my previous point earlier, it's bad news for aviation fuel companies.
Yeah,
so the Venezuela thing,
it
it basically balances out, I think.
Balancing it out.
Yeah, so don't buy any stocks based on this. That is my main takeaway here.
And we're going to mention New Zealand to end the episode. I feel like we don't talk about New Zealand terribly much, except when they come out with new, Skybed products and Skybunks and all those things. So we're still waiting for that. But in this case, we're actually talking about the New Zealand Air Force, because they have finally selected the A321 XLR to replace their aging 757s that have become a bit of a joke. We're stranding politicians in certain places, needing a lift home. and things like that. So just another domino falling against the 757 and into the A321 XLR bucket.
Yes. I like the 757.
Who doesn't? I mean, that's the thing about all of this is it's been such a great aircraft, is such a great aircraft. It's fun to fly. It's, I mean, just a fantastic all-around experience, but they're old.
Yes. And so are we.
And so are we. Well, on that note, we're going to go continue to enjoy beautiful Stockholm, gray, not quite rainy, but threateningly so.
This is a great advertisement for Stockholm.
Exactly, especially at the beginning of December. It really is beautiful. You should come. Jason's, who knows what Jason's doing, but
having a terrible time.
Yeah, having a
Let's
terrible time.
just assume that he's having a terrible time.
That's the only way we can get through. But Daniel, I want to say thank you so much for stepping in this week and joining the podcast, and we will certainly be hearing more from you in the future. I am Ian Petchnick here for the first time with
Daniel Gustafsson. Thanks
Thank
for
you so
having
much
me.
for listening.
People who are on my phone, welcome to the stream. I'll be streaming here on my phone for a while bit. We try to get a lot of donations tonight here as well. This
Yo, Dagan, we out here vibing.
for donation, Kitty, Bridget. Now we're gonna do some Roblox.
Yo, Dagan, you crazy for that donation, brah.
Thank you for the donation and plus. Go. Now we're going to Roblox here. Go do some bowling here, guys. Gonna do some bowling. We are going to play some bowling. Okay, not bad. good for the start of the game. Fuck yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. Strike. Don't know, don't ask. Oh, that's right. But there are a bunch of donations as soon as possible. I appreciate it. You got a spell.
No prop taken anytime.
Let's put donations, Brian. Not like. Oh shit! I hit the bowling right into the ankle of the S. Oh, that sucks. Which I got 2 strikes. Well, that's about okay. Mm. Oh, okay. So cover strikes, not bad for the game. 219 points. Fuck. But pretty good. Shall we play again? So I need more skills in fucking this. Okay. First game, Russia strike. No, we done that already. No, this will follow. I'm not cupping pins. Oh my god. I so can't wait to have that fucking feast tonight. Oh. Okay, God. I can do it. Oh my god. Come on. No! Why? What, pin? Oh, fuck that bullshit. That's bad. I got a strike. Okay. You know what? Forget it. Let's do 8. That's a big old one, you know. Is that bad? That is. Oh, that's a good one. Okay. No fucking way. That's a good flow. Now we're trying the whole try to the whole game. No! Oh well. Oops. Okay. Get more donation, guys. We killed the stream tonight. We get the stream off our. Nice! This gonna be a quick game.
Damn harsh but okay lol.
Oh yeah, now I'm on the ball. Oh damn it. I guess we'll let this guy play too. Go Yon. That's a nice name. Go. I blew it. Mm. That round is really good. I'm gonna go on that round. Come on, let's do another round. Yeah, new game. Good. Okay, that was not a choice. But better and no pins. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're friends. I am live on YouTube as well here, guys. If you guys want to come see my YouTube live and hang out there as well. I am live on YouTube right now. Oh no, I'm not gonna end it now. I'm not in the stream now. I'll be on for a while. I am live here on YouTube, guys. You want to see my live YouTube as well? Go right ahead. You guys go to youtube.com and type Dickon Johnson, and you'll see me live on there. Oh my god! Get the tip, almost got in a strike. Mm. 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 Yes, get out the strike. Last round was a fucking strike. So 3 strike, not bad. Oh yes, guys, I have good news for you guys. I do have good news. Thanks for the follow. Let's go. Okay. Okay, with my notification bell. Notification. What the? Anyway, I have good news, guys. I do have good news. Good news is tomorrow night I'm going to the console. I'm going to see the console tomorrow. And the console is all but Animaniacs. It's gonna be Animaniacs in console tomorrow night. I am just going up these. Just listen to the sound, the song. If you hear that song, that's the concert I'm going to see tomorrow. So just listen to the sound, the song, to see what concert I'm going to see tomorrow. So yeah, fuck right. You get it now? You hold that. That's the concert I'm going to see tomorrow. That's the concert gonna be in Grove tomorrow at 7. Animaniacs in concert. I never gone to that before, and pretty fucking shit about time I get to see it. So yeah, I'm really interested going to see it. And if I'm really looking up for it, I might do a live show there tomorrow. I'll do the live stream on my phone, so you guys can see the most of the concert as well. my upload. I'll do a live stream on my phone tomorrow at the concert place. If you guys are down and you want to see it. By the way, it's in Guelph tomorrow. Guelph, Ontario at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And Gorbin in Guelph, Ontario. It's in Guelph, Ontario. Anyway, yeah, back to the game. Let's do another round. Oh my god. Oh, just falling now. Hope you guys are excited tomorrow to see in concert, as I am. I hope you guys are excited to see it. And I give first like. So, free strike in the fucking game. Full strike in the game. Come on! Oh, it's your plain boy. Four strike is not bad. I'll take 4 strikes. Let's get more donation, guys. Let's get a lot of donation today. Excuse me.
Imagine if we had even more huge donations today.
Thank you for a donation. I appreciate it. Mm. Mm. Here we go, not a spell.
Lol, you just making me laugh with that silly thing.
Mm. I was playing another game. My game something kind of slow here. There we go. Oh yay, Christmas music! You're the probably so because okay, quit a service. Yes, enter service name DAGN STOA. Enter show bio. Okay. Say no. Like this. We'll figure it out. I know what they fuck. Play. Holy shit. What this dude? I'm degrading the someone else's service. What? I will kill? Oh, come on. They not working. Well, you're not fun. What the fuck I'm doing? I'll do it this, you know. So what I'm supposed to do? Um. Oh my god. Oh, come on! Fine, we're the fucking police station. No call. We're gonna create a call here. Absolutely not. Oh, now I'm the only one in this service. Just me. Oh, this is Rocket. Who's what the? Oh my god, I hate fence. That's good. Okay. Hello. Look, guess we time out on service. Okay. Yeah, I was real. Oh, we got digital and push-ups now. Hat. Hat. Yep. Okay, here we go. Yep, we're done. Okay, how we get the hell out of this? Oh God, now. You. Ah, there we go. Oh, jeez. Cocoa stone shells. Aha. Found the garage. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, well, in service, we have a car with test pilot with this is perfect. Oh my God. What? Why am I in the back? Thank you. Where the fuck it? Oh, this is the weirdest call I ever drive in. Oh wow. Oh, I'm shocked now. Good. Good. Let me out! Let me out! Oh, I'm stuck again. Shit. God. We're good. We're stuck. We're stuck. Damn it. Okay, we're absolutely stuck. Oh my god. We're genuine shock. We need to get a new one. Hold on. Shoot me. Here we go. In. Engine. Now, please get me out of here. Oh, I don't want it to be like this. Until then, I hit the gate. Oh my god. I should not done that. Oh yay, we got a video as well. Oh my god. How we fucking aggravated. What the hell? I can beat the wheel. Yeah, I will know about everything. Oh shit. Okay, that's two times I hit the red light. I went through the red light two times. I gotta take a picture of it. Woo! I hit the tree! Okay, I should not hit the tree. Oh God. It's okay, we'll turn it right anyways. Oh God. Oh God. Oh shit. Oh, there we go. Yep, we did it. Oops. What the fuck? What the bloody hell? Oh, this bun is big. My call just got fucking deleted. Fuck. Okay, fuck. What? Here we go, we're gonna do this one. Okay, with all the weapons we need. Oh, it's ow. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Holy shit! We have had. Okay, we got the cars are bought. We have couples. We have 2 trucks. 1 Explorer for 2 of them. No, let's talk about that. What the hell? So, that should be punching here for us. Which one shall we drive in? Drive trucks. You know what? I want a truck. Fucking regardless. No! Oh, lights. Oh my god. We need more lights. Oh shit. So the lights on both sides. Lights on. That's a billion. Wow. Look at that. Okay. Girl, oh my god, why am I driving like this? What is this? Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. I gotta get geez. Oh, way out of the district. Oh, come on now. Oh, now I'm stuck in Snowbank. Shit. Which sounds works. But I'm stuck in the fucking Snowbank. Ow. Yes, guys, we're on patrol duty here this morning. We're patrol on duty this morning. please remind me to order for this? Oh, yes. Yes! I finished. Not my boss. Get the fuck out of your vehicle! No, 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 no. Nope. My bad. Why are you going so fast? Well, I like it. I'll find one. One, you are going fast. Two, you went into the red light. Three, you better slow down. I love this truck. Oh, I have the train. And, and how I do that. Discord, yes. What? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I just have to download it. Well, take time to download it. I'm downloading Discord right now. Mm. What? 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 What is? What's up? Just you wait. I'm gonna find you. Ugh. Was. People on my phone, my live stream. I'll be right back. I'll make a new one. See, okay? So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Goodness, that's I don't know the password, so I can't do it. I can't. Nothing can do about it. Here I am, I'm back. Keep eyes on the call here. The green call again. If I find his call here, pull him over and talk to him about the thing I cannot find. The password. Whatever I'm talking about. Let's get some donation here, guys.
Donating RN just for you, bro.
I appreciate it, thank you. Oh my god. Woo! I didn't see the card figured up there. Oh shit. Mercy, mercy! I'm not gonna hit that button anymore. Oh boy. We have a call. This is a post office. What the hell? I'll leave it this one. I don't want to do the post mail thing. Just hold on, let me see if I can get all my flight stuff working again, hopefully. No, it's the game does here, boys. Just the game. What's up, in-law? How are you? I'm not going to sleep. Don't tell me what to do, please. Don't tell me what to do. Here, I'm going to stop on my stream. Make sure we get more donation. That's to help the stream a lot. So we get more donation.
Bruh, just chill and play, don't care.
Thank you for a donation, Mark.
No way he just dismissed the donation like that, lol.
Thanks for a donation. Thanks for $2 donation.
Let me see if I got some spare
Thank you
change
guys
for
very
David
much
today.
for the donations. We got 300 donations so far away.
Yo, Dagan, you the real thanks for the stream.
Thanks for the 400 donations. Let's fucking go.
Yo, Dagan, you the real
Thanks
MVP
for
for the
the
donation.
donate. $495 donate. Thank you so much. And just fucking here. Let's keep it up with the donation here, guys.
Just go with the flow,
Thanks for
you
the
know I got you.
donate. Really appreciate it, guys. Oh. So 3 out of 15 minutes. But keep it up with the donation, guys. Let's get more donation, guys. Let's get more donates. Let's burn the stream.
Doing my head in talk
Thank you
more.
for the donates. Appreciate it. $620 donate. Let's burn the stream tonight, this morning, guys. Let's burn the stream. Alright, we're doing fucking Flight Simulator again. I got the game to work now. We're going here from Kishinev Walloon to Calgary. 3-hour flight. Flying to Calgary from Waterloo. 3 hours in the flight here this morning. We finally get to do the Flight Simulator again. Yes! About time! So just go to Cameron. Good. Let me get some of my answer not going. Oh! Oh, my bad. There we go. Get me out of here. To the power outlet. Here we go. Wait, what? I'm looking for a seatbelt. Seatbelt is okay. Smoke signs on. No smoking in my aircraft, for God's sakes. Crash baggage. We are flying from Kishinev Waterloo Cap to Calgary on Flight Simulator. It's just guys, apparently it's 3 hours in the flight. Chicago is 3 hours. 3 hours in the flight. So that's a real. Let's look at the flight plan to see which one way we're going to be taking off. Flight plan. Holy shit. C. Oh God. No! Thank you. That's G! C-Y. Oh my God, what a fucking Y. K-F. K-F. What? Oh my God. C Y K F. Oh, come on! You won't accept it? Full flight plan. Okay. Okay, but okay. Okay. Oh my God. C I. You should just compare K F. Shit! C I K F. Okay. C I K F. Fuck. To C. Oh my. Why? C. You son of a bitch. Okay, let's do on this page then. C Y K F. Not helping. I want a better aircraft. Okay, you know what? Screw this. I'm getting a better aircraft. What the fuck? This aircraft, man, is just so weird with compare. I'm just aircraft. I don't care. Try this one. Monkey. Factory. Nothing. Airport. So our flight is 3 hours 15 minutes. So let's do it. Hope we have a better aircraft here we had just before. A better compared system in the aircraft. Hope you guys are ready for 3 hour flight. Yes. Got that. Oh yeah, better compare now. Okay. Oh, shit. Checklist complete. Where's the fucking power? Okay, I did. I win. Just doesn't about okay. Let's reset this now. Okay, now I've found it. But there are a lot of donation, guys. But get a donation in stream. Thanks for the donation. I appreciate it. Oh, okay, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Fuck now. No, wait a minute. Quit ending on that. Oh, change the craft. Song number 2. Here we go. We'll figure it out here, guys. We'll figure it out. We'll get it out soon as we can. Oh God. This aircraft just fucked me now. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're rolling. Turn the weather forecast on. But whatever. Okay, everything looks good. Well, two, oh, C-Y-Y-C. Fuck it. And whatever. Oh, it's... Oops, we broke out one thing. Super sign is on. Smart sign is on here as well. No, I can do this. Ross. Canton. Oh, that's done. Dun, dun, dun. Can do. So 3 hours in the flights to California, guys. What? I didn't say turn my light on. For sure enough power. Oh. You guys ready for a 3 hour flight? No! Here we go. Hmm. Why did it work on? Okay, I need to check this. This is fucking me up. What the fuck? Gah! Are you fucking crazy? Mm. I just turn it on. Where does... Oh my god. And it's turn off. On. Off. Okay. Oh, but shut it off. Fuck it. Yes, okay, I don't want it. Thank you. Now let's see what I can do. On. What? What the hell? I have no idea what I'm fucking doing. Let's do flight from Toronto to Calgary, say here, guys. Let's go from Toronto, Pearson to Calgary. No, let's go to Los Angeles. What the hell of it? 3 hour, 15-minute flight. So let's do it. Make sure we get more donation and stream, guys.
Long what a move, bro. Dagon stacking those
It's been
donations.
live stream for 4 hours on YouTube. Thanks for the donate, appreciate it. Oh my god. I see flare! Oh, that's a welcome bill. So we're taking off from runway 05. Menu. Okay, there we go. Runway. 05. Here we go. Blue. Oh, route. Okay. So, K. L. A. X. Here we go. Number one. About time. So, our route is following runway 05 from Toronto to Los Angeles. Uh, mm, There we go. Oh, feel do you? Here we go. That is shit. Okay. Trying to make sure to see what's going on. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Got the engine going. No air can touch my spot. Oh, did my map error? Okay, there we go. Everything looks good. One line, no, on the right. Mm-hmm. Just ready. Alright, to the one way. Lots of airplanes here in Toronto today. Oh my god. I'm out of mature again. Oh my fucking god, with the plane coming in, we need to see this. Oh my god. I can see it, United Airline coming in. Oh my god! Hurry, in the cabin, cab. Did I fucking miss it? Oh, I missed a puppet with it. Oh shit. Are you back in a minute, guys? I'm just going bathroom. I am back. Shit! Do him, do him, do him, do him, buck! That was awesome! Mm. Oh yeah, Flair Airlines right behind me to Halifax. That's fair, but it's not right. Uh-oh. I need carpet can on. Okay. Off to Los Angeles. we're too big to take off. Alright guys, I'm going to end the stream for now, but I will be live stream later at some point. So make sure to subscribe, like, share, and thanks for watching me on YouTube.